Hello, monkey. Today we are doing something different than the console, since that is now done. We are now diving into the first encounter with the world, or more like the controls of the game, character, etc., the movement and battle, I guess. For this, we need to concept a little bit maybe, and we probably also need to add stuff to our battle controller, since when a battle is over right now we're not sending any information outside other than a reward page, but we will not have a reward page in this case. I need to make a mock battle happen so that the player doesn't get like transferred into the main game. There should be some kind of animations and so on. So that will be a challenge, not only because we have to add functionality to our battle system, but also because the battle system is pretty old and the code is not really clean. I'm not sure how elegantly it is possible. We might need to even go further and evaluate things, but I really don't know. We have to take them as they appear, I guess. So whatever happens here, this part should be in a black screen and open this thing automatically. And not only that, it should be like a little wait, and then the dialogue for the explanation pops up, and then this console should pop up. So maybe we start with there. Whatever our game start does, we have to change it a little bit. So where does it say we have to load Okay, so this is making the game controller. For the splash screen. And the splash screen should have some kind of delegate. Let's see. Go. Where's the binding? Here. No, the binding. Okay, the binding is of course here, but the from parent show menu. New game we do stuff, and that shouldn't happen now. Instead of the show start menu, it do other things now. If I remove this and then start, yes, that's exactly what we want. Now this thing should make some kind of delay and then open up the conversation. How do we do that? I just trigger it from here. Should I? The UI controller has the state machine that's rather perfect. What do I do? If I start a battle, this shouldn't make that explosion. How do I transition to a battle then? And we will need this effect also for any fight that will not force us into the other dimension. I guess just a black fade. Something. My god. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. If I do it like this, it will immediately start without a delay. We need a delay though. Oh, it didn't start. Why didn't it start? Hmm. Okay. The UI is not here. I guess I started it wrongly then. I guess I have to start the UI too. This then. Yeah. Data delay, I'm thinking about, should I make this like just code that executes, then be dead forever? Or should I create some code that opens up another actor instead of having it in here? But that's also stupid. Man. I guess I'll just do the delay for now. I feel like 3 seconds is a good number for this thing. Of course, it should maybe also start some kind of music, etc., but we don't have assets. Let's see. I don't even know if I want music my console stage, but here we are. We skip this. Works, I guess. Let's think. That's that dialogue. Needs to trigger something. The end. And it's not this. Need like something like dialogue triggers. Give me a sec. And I swear, the tea bags of teekanne, the tea itself is nice, but the quality of the bags, I'm not so sure. Every time I put one in or get one of these, feels like the paper part where you can hold the tea falling apart. And this time, first time, it fell into my tea. Whatever, I guess. Alright. So how do we continue here? We could make another thing called dialogue triggers, and then make a collection in there where we can say what to do next. That's the way to go. And add its payload in there. Let's call it story triggers. We have menu triggers, we have battle triggers, which could be also story triggers. But I mean story triggers like another dialogue opens, some animation happens, etc. Hello, Kira. Yeah, right. Like, I think since I started drinking tea regularly, that was like, was it October last year? I'm not sure. I changed the, no, it was November, I think. I changed the package I'm buying, and those ones I changed, I think, like some weeks ago. I think start of January, I guess. And they have so many faulty bags. Like the smaller packages were not as bad, I think. Or maybe I was just lucky, I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't drink so much tea in my life. I'm a recent tea enjoyer. Why not buy loose tea? I actually have loose tea for black tea. Actually, I got for Turkish black tea, but I don't like the taste. Maybe it's because I'm not diluting it, but I also find it as like a hassle to make, because then you have to get a pot and make the tea in there, and then you have to clean the pot and etc. I just want one cup of tea. Of course, I could then also just put the loose tea into a filter-like thing and then just put that into the pot, but then I have to clean that filter thing and blah blah blah. I don't know, I rather enjoy the drinking part instead of the making parts. I already am relaxing by cooking. I don't need more time in the kitchen. Don't worry, I can type any day. But how are you? Are you better now? Somewhat functional. How was my Monday? Boring, I guess. No, nothing much happened, actually. My life starts now. The 10 hours before were like, whatever. Yeah, it's not bad. I think the phases where it's boring, I enjoy more when it's instead of where it's like extremely stressy, where in my company it's like there is always a phase where there is not much to do, and then all of a sudden everyone wants something from you, like 5 projects at the same time. I don't understand how people actually manage that, but it's always like that. It's not one person wanting something in the period where I have nothing to do. It's always 5 people at the same time after, I don't know, 1 week, 4 weeks. It's so stupid. It's like some higher being tells them, now you should sell a project, and everyone sells a project, and I'm like, okay, but I'm just one monkey. But I guess they know what they're doing. Or not, I'm not sure. So I got to learn, or I have learned, to appreciate the boring parts, even though they are also painful, because just staring at the screen is not really enjoyable. I rather have them give me jobs where they hired me to do, but since, like, I don't know, 3-4 years, I'm not really doing that anymore. And now, especially now, since AI, everything shifts, and I'm doing even further things than what I was intended to do. It's so stupid. Extremely stupid. But whatever. I'm just there until they don't need me, I guess. And maybe I can concentrate on this project full time. Until then, I'm trying to save money. But by saving money, I also am spending time, I guess. It's a very slippery slope. I don't know when I should fully commit on this project. And to be honest, since we are approaching 3 years and I didn't gather anyone in a sizable amount to actually notice me, I'm not sure if I ever should just jump without a plan B. I mean, the plan B is right now. There is no plan B, right? Very hard. So I wanted to look. We need this part, especially. And then this we don't need. And then parent function we already have, but and go like this. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things to consider. It's so stupid. I'm just one person working on this thing, and I am still, after 3 years, at pre-production without making any content. And I need people to make content, or I have to spend time to learn how to make content and make the content. And if I go that way, I will be spent like 20 years to make this game. It's not feasible. I don't want to go, at least I tried it. I want to succeed here, or else I will get depressed. I invested so much in this. And quite honestly, my biggest problem is right now marketing. It's a very problematic thing. I don't know how to reach people. I guess I have to make YouTube shorts or TikToks to make that, but I don't know what to show of my game. There is nothing quite capturing, I guess. I mean, I could always do some kind of routine to churn out a video every day, I guess, from the development progress with a little monkey in the screen, but I need to first create that process. Yeah, I think I need to spread it in every social media I can. But I need a process to make this efficiently every day. Or at least at the weekend, like pump out 5 and then just 1, 2, 3 every day. You know? Just timestamp them, or what is it called? Schedule them to release in the week. Then again, I also need to find a video format which does hook people. I was thinking, before I jump into these things, I should try to make short videos about my VR chat avatar creation, so I have some kind of idea how to make these videos, and then I will see how that goes, I guess. But that's one more job to do now. I don't know how much more I can put into my time schedule. What do we do here? Set interactive actor. Oh, that's just so we can send it to a battle. I don't need to go viral. I just need some kind of hook that gives me like a steady stream of people that are interested, because this will be like, how to say, a very long journey. So it can snowball slowly. I'm fine with that. It doesn't need to be viral. But zero subscribers? No, that's a problem. And sadly, I'm also like streaming in a category that is very, very niche. Plus, I'm using an engine that no one uses in streaming. People always go to Godot and not Unreal. Oh man. So many problems. Anyway. Now this should execute. I just need to do the execution here. Trigger logic. That should have some kind of switch here. That goes into our dialogue thingy here. So we need another contains. Add flag and go to next. Trigger story elements or trigger something, trigger sequence, trigger story sequence. That's also not correct. Why are you getting depressed? I'm trying not to get depressed. What did we call this? Open things. Yeah, we cannot make this a specific thing because the story things will be a lot. Maybe trigger point. Maybe that's a better idea and could rename this too. Or anything story related or game related, and see with this payload. Now this thing can be extremely big. How do we manage that? I could make some kind of tree-like search. The problem is I need to come up with something that's manageable now, or else if I implement things, this thing will explode and I have to redo everything. As in, all the content that is referring to this needs to be refactored, and I cannot spend that time. I shouldn't spend that time. How do we... we do this? It's time to concept a little bit. We have like, I don't know, level 1, 2, level... many levels. There's something here, there's something there, there's something here, 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 here. There are many things that can happen. Story points. And sometimes even multiple at the same part. How can I catalog this? I could say, I don't know, array 0 here, 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. This is the level where it is, but then again, these things can happen everywhere, so that makes no sense. We could, for now, say level. And then sequence name or something. And then part. In that order, we could make a data table that can have all of this, or a data set, also fine. That tells us which thing to trigger. But we don't only need that, we also need, okay, maybe I need to move this upwards. Could be 0, 1, 2. What kind of trigger this is? Type. This can be dialogue, Windows open kind of thing, or other animation triggers, etc. Ooh. We do this. Should I do it like this? Now this payload zeroed element is useless, but also very stupid to just cut this off. What do I do with dialogue that is not a level? Zero could be like anything default, anything that is not related to islands. Yes. And then here we can say, for instance, intro dialogue 1 end. And then we can do something. Could I make character categorization or something like that too here? Maybe at this stage I can just do switches into switches, because else this function thing will be full. Is there a better way? Is there a better way to do it? I feel like the referencing a problem right now. If I do the whole dialogue trigger flow from one blueprint, this blueprint will be very, very big. Like, okay, I do have like functions that go into other things and then have like this very big switch for every single level I have. But I feel like that's not the way we should do this. I also don't know there's a better way. What's the alternative? For the alternative, I could maybe add like some kind of data asset reference here that can be a payload. And then depending on what it is, we can just cast it maybe. And then fire whatever it says. I just add a payload here. Data assets reference payload. Should that be an array? Probably not. I feel like I should make a backup if I want to change this. Should be this thing. I think that's the way to go, actually. Not easy. I have the feeling I have to go with the data assets way because it is more flexible to anything I could need maybe. I think I'll go with that. A little cheeky backup here. Give me a second. This. Today. We're already in February. Oh my god. Like that. Yeah, right. 1/12 of the year is over. Do you feel the dread already? You feel nothing? I feel something. I am too slow. Pressed the wrong thing, sorry. Here's my little backup. Doing backup things. Yes, my development speed is too slow. Okay. Now I can do things without thinking too much. Or more like I do think, but I can take risks without thinking. Then data asset payloads. I'm not sure if we will use this all that much. If I use it like this now, could have a lot of things. Now where do we put this? we have to do a primary asset. What do we call this? Dialog trigger data asset. Intro. Maybe intro 1. Wait, no, not abstract or template. Data. No. Dialog trigger data asset template. There we go. And then we do not a child. A data asset of template trigger. How come that you actually became a tea enjoyer? Several things actually. One thing, it's cold, so I wanted to drink tea, even though I'm not really freezing, but I feel comfy and it's cold outside. I had the feeling that I would feel comfy, and it was true. And the second thing was, and in August I went to Gamescom and I got the flu or something. I don't know. I had a very nasty cough. And that cough didn't go away for months, like 4 months it took. And I was like, okay. I went to the doctors, etc. to see, and it was just a hyperreaction apparently. So at some point I was like, yeah, maybe I should drink more. Maybe I should drink tea. And then many things came together. So I started drinking tea. And right at that moment, my coughing also disappeared. I don't think that the tea actually get rid of my coughing, but the coughing made me to start drinking tea. And it was a very strange cough too, like from August since, I don't know, November, October, I don't know, till, not since. Just didn't stop. It was very annoying. You can't even hear that in my archived videos. It was strange too, because at that point I also changed my PC. I was very lucky. I made a new setup, completely new, before all this AI bubble thing with the RAM, so I'm pretty lucky to have a state-of-the-art gaming PC here. And the fans direct warm air upwards, and that goes into my face, and that also triggered my coughing fits. Now I'm totally fine with that warm air. Yeah, and I don't know, maybe next Gamescom I should maybe wear a mask or something, because I'm not there only one day, I'm there for 5 days. And I think every time I catch something, and since I usually never get sick throughout the year, since I don't have much contact with many people, more like, okay, family, etc. but I don't get sick. That also means all the very, very aggressive bugs, I have no immunity. So if I go to Gamescom, everyone just breathes the same air, so I get sick. I think this is the second time I got sick in Gamescom pretty badly. What am I doing? We already have this. This is now ETDA intro. And what do we make here? What do we actually need? Do we even need this? Maybe yes. Can we not just go directly for the tree? I think we could. Okay, I think this is not necessary for now. This part. I can just leave it for now. But go into the intro. And then here in the trigger logic, we need to add something. We don't need this, probably. So why don't we have it do this? And now we have that. We can add our console in here. The last year of Leipzig was my first Gamescom. Why did you like it then more than now? I mean, I do see the transformation and I agree that the old times were better. But still, what's your reason? And don't tell me because it was closer. That would be funny. I caught you. Caught you? Oh my god, that's one of the words I can never say correctly. Catching. Caught you. Yes, I got you. Well, now it's closer to me, haha. For ages now. How many Gamescoms where have I been? Let me check real quick. Now where is it? Here. Where am I? Huh? Here I must be. There. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 times. You were attending school. Yeah, my first time was also in school. And then another time it was probably also in school, I'm not sure. And then 4 times with the university as a exhibitor. And then I went private. Every year since then. Okay, now we need the trigger. How do I... Here, node functions. Trigger point. But I like coming back to gaming and stuff. What? When was the last time you went? Ages ago, you said. How can you be so many times then? Sequence. We don't need this anymore. Oh, but how do I get the payload inside here? Yeah, I mean, maybe relatively to me, but 5 times is a lot. I wouldn't say only. I think most people just kill once and then never again. But in my case, I'm pretty lucky that I had like a background in gaming, as in my university was game development specifically in that field. So I was able to get trade visitor access, so I can go there when other people can't. And now my status is also like permanent. I don't have to tell them every year that I am in game development, so that's also good. I don't know, I have the feeling that many people are there for the first time. I mean, of course there are regular people too, but they're probably locals. So how do we make this happen? Because right now thing here is very abstract. Maybe I do some casting shenanigans here. Because now we already know this is that, so we don't even need to cast. This is already specific. But the problem is this execution dialogue logic. How do we pipe that in? We need actually something different now. We need Pooh, man. Okay, whatever. Execute, overwrite. Or EDL, overwrite. Trigger, something like that. And then we need comment, we need payload. Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I cannot just put it in here. Also, we are in the wrong thingy. The abstract. How do I pipe this in? The princess treatment? Excuse you? How dare you? The monkey treatment, maybe. How do we pipe this through? I don't want to add it in here, but I think that might be necessary. That would be just a waste. We have this state machine here and we have to type that thing through here. We have another problem, right? We got logic good and all, but the tree needs to be function. Where does this come from? Function switch. Yeah, this thing needs to be in there. I mean, in that point, that's fine. I can just pipe that in, I guess. Would need to pipe it in from every side. What is this? Yeah, this conditional switch to whatever. All of these need this thing now. Should have it in. It feels so dirty. There no other way? There no other way. There isn't. This is the cleanest way to I feel like it isn't. Maybe because I never did it this way. And data asset payloads. And for every function which we either make an empty, here is an or pipe the thing through. Alright, so we are piping it through now. Now it needs to go in here. Probably never need it for other things, but for this. So, data asset payloads, get data asset loads there too. Now we have it here. How do we get it into this? Because this thing should not have it. Maybe this guy is not from this. I mean, at this point, why do I even have this child's function? Because we are not even dynamically using it. It's explicit. It really doesn't make sense. I could have made one function for everything instead of overriding it. But the overrides make sure that we use the destroy here. That's the 1+ there. Man, why is everything so complicated? Why? So this thing is not needed here, but we do need this and the destroy. So let's execute trigger point logic sequence and then destroy. And this one and this one and this one is not needed anymore. So here, instead of doing that, we need command payload and then data asset payloads. Primary here, because sometimes we might need some other data asset here, maybe. I'm not even sure if we need one or many. I should switch this into one instead of an array, and then make the data asset itself an array if I need it, right? This makes no sense. This needs to be a single thing here. Save that. And go in whatever this has. File this. Go into this. and call this intro. No, console. Now the console will get started from that. This needs to be called differently. Payload. Save. File. In. Payload. All problems. Good. That's fine. Okay. Thing needs that. All right, voila. Whew. And this now needs to be execute trigger point logic. This, and actually this is only get data payload by. Okay. Now that exit 3 might be a problem. Because we want to start the other dialogue and kill this beast. Man, why is this so complicated? I feel scammed. Here we still need trigger points. And we could say what kind of category. Next dialogue. That. And then here we have a switch. No. Switch. Thing. Get commands. Here. Doing that. What thing needs to close itself and then open the other thing. How do we do that? Because if I do the function here, this guy is still open. Why start? Why is this tick enabled? Not be. Right? We need ever. No. Where's the tick enabled? Here. Good. Hmm. So this cannot happen before this. Very important. Oh, wait. Can you explain in short what you're doing right now? Because I can't follow. It's rather complicated, but I can try. Now, the problem is, when we start the game and we are in the splash screen, I go further and then there's a delay, and then this happens. This is fine, this is perfect, this is what we want. But after this dialogue, like there are like 3 pages, we want to open the console from here. Now my dialogue system itself does not have the functionality to trigger another data asset, as in dialogue asset. I have like these dialogue assets here, as you can see here in the intro. We start the DD intro start, but this thing, after it's finished, needs to start first console text, and we don't have that yet. And also I'm missing functionality like the dialogue triggers animations, etc. So now I'm making a functionality for the dialogue system to make trigger points to do whatever I want in the scene, in the broader logic, not only text logic, but also like actual world logic. And now I'm trying to get whatever is in here. Now I added this thing here. This is a new payload that needs to trigger the UI to read whatever is in first console text. Now in order to read it though, and there's like my little problem that is a little too deep in the sauce. In order to open my menu, initialize the tree and start the tree, which is start the dialogue tree, the graph that says, okay, this node and then that next node when I click. In order to do this, we need to close the other dialogue first. But if I execute the trigger points, there's a sequence, then 0, going to next dialogue, doing this. This tries to open, but then the sequence tries to close it. That's not good. The closing has to happen before we open. And that is what I'm trying to figure out in an elegant way right now. Because this closing needs to happen every time, probably. But I don't want to call this every time when I do another switch here. I'm trying to find the least amount of work in the future to do in the implementation I do now. I hope this was followable. If not, I can try again. Now we could ditch this and add it in front of here. Or we could make a trigger that sends it through. We have this asset, needs to go in. Trigger info, how do I fill this? I'm glad you did. Now I think we have a problem. I think I made a mistake. Not a big mistake, but a thinking mistake that I need to change the way I intend to do things. Actually, I didn't do anything wrong, I think. Now that I read the things. Okay. Just opening. So how do we do this? Wait, that's just a trigger point, right? Trigger info, we don't need this. Data asset loads. Okay, that didn't work. Because we need to cast this into template. Load data template. That can go in. IT. Make a little error message here, print and error. Intended data asset is not a is not a trigger point template. So maybe the sequence does not work out here then. Need to always put these in. Fine, so we need to make this, keep this in mind then. Put this in front, but this destroy needs to be in the end here. In that manner, we have to now manually put it into every single function, but hopefully we will not have many functions here. Exit 3, and then we do that. Maybe we could add a payload for a delay. That would also mean that we still want to freeze the game. But that is like polishing things. Maybe not that important right now. Anyway, this should work. So if I go and start the thing, it should actually already work, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. No, I cannot go further with my spacebar. Why? Have triggered something. Why can't I stop? Why does this not happen? Where's my UI? Here it is. Think we have only this thing and then the function with the trigger logic, trigger point. Is that the problem? Function switch, trigger logic goes in here, trigger point through should be in here. So let's see if this is actually getting triggered. It is. Command trigger point should be true. Good. Now makes that little logic thing. And we're executing. Goes to next dialogue, correct? No, that's the problem. That's the problem. We need the payload. Get 0. To be. This is already there. The only problem was the function itself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So menu not set, already open. What does that mean? How is it still open? Did it not clean up properly? Already has one. So we were not able to close this in time. Why? Does that happen? Thought we were closing here. Problem. Oh, That's the problem. Interesting behavior. Of course, we don't have a level route. There's nothing to resume. Is that a problem? Do I need a level route? I mean, we can add one at some point anyway, but... for now. Okay, now it should work. Kinda. Let's see. There we go. Maybe whatever it's here is a little too fast. Like maybe we need some kind of animation to open the window, but there we are. When I write no, it stops. We are kinda now how to say inside the idea of the intro. It is not quite finished yet, but now the game starts with an intro instead of going into the game. But we have no connection to a game. We only have the intro now. And I think the narrator's sound should be the different sound than the console sound. I think the second error needs a bigger pause. You mean as in the first version of it? Yeah, I guess. Make that little pause a little longer. For the second error. This one needs 2 seconds. As if the software cannot believe that there is a second error. Okay. So maybe I also need here at the beginning here a little pause. And then in the end, a little pause. 1 second. See how that is. Better, I think. And now maybe I need a pause before this window opens. So I was thinking about the delay, that important, but I think it will give us some better feel to this. Length is greater than 1. Not to. If greater. Custom. Delete. Dialog window or delete trigger. If I say dialog trigger, that is a little ambiguous. It could be like a general trigger or a trigger for a dialog. Dialog. Now delete trigger for next dialog. How about that? There we go. Then we can do this. Delete trigger for next dialog, and that can have input delay time, delay duration. Don't be snarky over there. And goes in. But then we need to save this. No, we don't. This thing can memorize it, right? Can it? I have to find out. Dialog asset, template dialog. On. Then we can get all of this without the costs. Yep. Now I wonder, can this even work? This thing, let's say 2 seconds. 2 seconds is a little much, but whatever. . 1, 2. Didn't work. Am I even calling it? Well, maybe I should call it, right? Let's see if it actually can get that data when it's with a time delay. Ah, it works. Perfect. At some point you know exactly what happens. But good. Now we changed the narrative or narrator text with the console text in a black screen. And now we are at the spot where it gets complicated. I don't know if I have time to start anything special, but now would be the time to generate a world, or maybe there is already a world that is just hidden and now needs to get in view. But we have the console. We write yes for the access points. Now we should be entering the world, and the world for that software right now is just a black void with some kind of crystal that is not in correct shape. And you are also some kind of artifact that gets materialized into that area. And now you can move this artifacts in the void anywhere you want in a 2D plane. You don't see a 2D plane, you only see some dark void with a crystal. And you can move your camera everywhere you want. Maybe there is some kind of boundary, so you cannot go to an infinity or something. Maybe some artistic border, whatever. Maybe you are bound to the crystal. I'm not sure. We need to make sure that we can give some kind of feedback. No feedback would be a very gamey feedback maybe, but I don't know. And then we need to go to the crystal and interact with it. Or maybe just touch it, I don't know. And that touch should trigger a fight. That should be very simple. Where you have 3 Orplings in a very, very specific kind of formation. You cannot go to the dark side, you are only in the light side, and you have 3 Orplings, which are not really Orplings, but some kind of abstract elements, which will be your offense, your defense, and your regeneration. And then you have to use these to fight that crystal to make that into a shape that fits into what it should fit to, which will be the real crystal shape. And that should open a rift into the other worlds, where we see a little hole in the void, where we see the backgrounds of the islands, whatever, without the islands, that is, and without the crater. I need to make sure to delete the crater, and something needs to come out of that and fight us that we cannot win. So this is a very big journey we will go into now. Like a lot of things I need to build for this. We need to build animations, we need to build new assets. A lot of things need to happen. Oh boy, this will be a journey. And after that, we need to build the actual flow worlds. You say fun. I mean, maybe to watch. Huh. What would I need? What is sure is that we need a new map, a new level, where I can add assets and level route, etc., and then some kind of floor that is just transparent. And then from there, we need to be able to see the background by opening up some kind of rift in the sphere, background sphere. Let's document this. Our current to-dos, what are these actually? We also need to add the save feature. That will be nice. Combined with what we already did for the intro. Where do I even put now my... next to-dos? I feel like I'm just opening another page. Page after page. But this is like a big, very big task. I need to actually make this into a new thing. Intro battle, how about that? Need initial level with a functionality to open a rift to see the background. possibility to deactivate all islands and remove crater, which means we also need a version of the island that has no buildings in it. Maybe some buildings, I'm not sure. But the forest in the middle needs to be completed. Like without a damage, or the crater in the middle, whatever. That is something we have to do. Create misshaped crystal. Concept artifact and make it playable. And then we start with the real problematic thing, which is reshaping the battle formation, or maybe it's just a new class. Make new battle formation for only light side, and it is not light side, it is more like just classes. Just like attack, defense, and repair. Repair could be also a harassment, but in that point it really doesn't matter. Just needs to get across the idea of a fight. The problem will be, since we don't have the flipping option, I cannot just explain that. Right? I guess that's future monkey's problem. This fight was intended to be a tutorial, and right now the input for new formations is QWE, so we need to change that already because it's not intuitive anyway. So we need to find a way to switch elements with only 2 buttons maybe. And then we have to think about what button would be a flipping of the formation and how to explain that. I mean, I can always add the button to press on the bottom right, so you know what to press to turn the thing, but what would be the indication to flip? Maybe it's also just a indication there then. So that's fine, can do that. For now at least. Maybe there's a better way to do it, but whatever. What else? So we will have the level, we will have a new background for this. Grounds, maybe a border. Then we need the misshaped crystal. Crystal needs animation for when damaged. Depending on its HP percentage, it needs to go into the correct shape. Could be a blend shape even. It needs some attacks. That will be funny, I guess. Should it use the same attacks as we do? Why would it have attacks? No, that makes no sense. It should be like a dummy. The attacks come from the other guy. The other guy that will come in. And what will that be? And I think that should be the fairy I want to create. Maybe it's time to make a concept for the fairy so I can give it to my 2D artist to make a real concept art of it. This may be very important. I need to tackle this as soon as possible so my artist can do it in time, and then I need to find someone to model it, and I still don't have a 3D modeler. How to say? I commissioned 2 and asked for a third one to make a commission, but the first 2 artists were extremely slow and the communications was rather lacking. The first one delivered and the quality is not bad, it's fine, it's good. It's missing stuff I asked for, but that's fine. But the most problematic thing is, if I go with them, it's like, yeah, I need someone reliable. I can't do that for that price. So there is a blocker here. How am I going to solve finding a reliable 3D artist in a short amount of time when I never found a 3D artist till now to begin with? And as we know, I made a monkey in 18 sessions for around 2 hours, if not even more. So that's not an investment we can take. Maybe I could do a little fairy that is like very, very small. No, fiber is bad. I need someone where I can trust that person. I need to actually see that they worked. And I need someone for low poly things. Fiverr seems to be full of scammers, but I'm biased. So it was a joke. Hello, Broly. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We're at the end of the stream. Am I hiring? I'm not sure, am I? It really depends. The problem is, how to say, I need the quality, I need the time, and I have very limited funding, so it is an extreme big challenge. Find someone. You need a fruit basket? For what? For the company policy? What? For the benefits? The German employment benefit Fruit basket. It's so stupid. We have that too. Oh man. The fruit basket and the apples never go away. It's always just there. What a waste. You don't? We even have breakfast though. So my benefits are pretty good actually. Free breakfast. Free water, free coffee, and I don't drink coffee. Paid breakfast. A crystal needs animation for damage. I mean, the rest is clear. We need abilities, etc. Or we then need the sidekick. And we need some kind of cinematic animations kind of thing, where there is like some things moving and then text is displayed. Maybe I should talk with my 2D artist if they have any idea how to make this happen. Maybe I shouldn't just think on my own. Maybe they can help me to create something. Oh well. But this is our next major step, I think. We made the steps to here and now we are in this thing. Let's maybe change the color here to something else to indicate that it is this thing. Can I copy this color? How do I copy this color? Maybe I just copy the thing itself and this. So it is clear that this is this part. But don't you get partner in this project, like rather the salary can work for an end game? And you will also get more time to work as a dev. Yeah, but it's a matter of trust. Right now I'm at the point where I try to find someone that I can trust. And it's very, very hard. For a 2D artist, I already found someone. They are very good. I don't have a company. What do you mean? Ah, you mean contracts? Well, I guess. That is probably one of my mistakes when I commissioned 3 people or 2 people for the 3D art. I never set a deadline. But yeah, we don't even have a concept yet, so... Why did my avatar die? So in the end, it's like something like this then. We have the intro here with the console. We say yes. It puts us in a void, which is actually a sphere, a black sphere, a large one, and then there's a border here, an invisible border, where there's a crystal in the middle, which is like misshaped. I don't know. We have to find a way to make this. And then our artifact that we have to concept appears here, that can move around like the player. And then we can go and touch this thing to initiate a fight. No, that's correct. I'm looking for someone that is like a constant helper instead of different ones, but I right now commission different ones to find that person. It's more like a interview kind of commission, you know, just to see if their skills are right, if the communication is right, stuff like that. And I don't want to make an interview for free because I'm a nobody who would go there and then just show their work and work for free for just 1 or 2 assets. That's not how this works. I cannot put free assets in my game. So I'm commissioning people to find out if they work out or not. It's more like finding talents by investing. You see? So this thing, this will enter us into a fight. So, oh, there it is. We need one more thing. We need like new fight transition, not explosion. We will also need this for fights where there is no explosion, like the arena fights, the friendly ones. What is NPR? Ah, yes. Yeah, I guess. I feel like for my specific graphics vision, it's very hard to find people. I mean, it is probably not hard to do the mesh, but the texturing needs special care. And I feel like not many people do that. Of course, there are many low poly people, but they do very, very artistic, how to say, very, very simplistic texturing. Yeah, I guess. It's very hard to find them. I found like, I don't know, 5 or 6 people on Twitter, but I also didn't search actively. But for the amount of I'm in Twitter for that long period of time, to find only 6 people that are actually working in that field is very lacking. I'm really not... I really need to change that, I think. I need to look actively. And I do find people that also match what I want to do, but then their prices are extremely expensive for the stage I am in right now. Like, I cannot invest that much when I already know that the things I do have to change probably. It's such a problematic situation I am in. Yeah. I mean, I need someone that is working in that field faster than I am, because I did that monkey in 18 sessions. It should be like, I don't know, not more than 3 or 4 sessions to make what I did. Because I did, wait, 18 sessions with Unity though. How much did I need for just the mesh and the texturing? I don't know. But it should be less than what I invested. Because if it's more than what I did or equally, then, well, then I can do it myself, I guess. But, I mean, I have no skill. I need someone that is more skillful than me. Just makes no sense to find someone that is equally in my skill point. And it's not just skill, it's like timing wise too. It shouldn't be longer than me. That's the problem, I guess. Yeah, you wish, but then the discussion about pricing comes into play, Kere. I think I already have a music person. I just don't know if I can hire them already, because I'm not sure where to go. I have a music person, and the other day someone contacted me for music stuff, but they also said they are doing sound effects. So I might be able to hire that guy for sound effects, but I feel like he's searching for work for many people. I'm not sure if he would have constant time for me. But I mean, sound effects, that's something that doesn't need to be just from one person, right? Yes, exactly. That's what I also think. At least I need a clear idea of where it goes. I have like some rough ideas, but for the price that a person is asking, I need to be rather solid in a way that it just needs small changes in the future. Very, very hard. So anyway, from console we go into this. There's a misshaped crystal, we go in. Then there's this transition. Then we have a fight with this misshaped crystal. I don't know how to make that. And we are this artifact that maybe will have like Orpling kind of things that we can then rotate to fight this guy. This guy doesn't fight back. It just maybe regenerates or something, I don't know. But why would I need to repair myself? We need to concept a fight. Concept and make new battle. Then when that fight is over, where we are here, this thing is now a proper crystal. And we are here, I don't know. And then some kind of rift opens because of the crystal. Where we see the background here. And some kind of fairy comes out and fights us. We lose the battle. We need to maybe also show that somehow. That there's like a little fairy here. I don't know how to make wings here. That we fight. And then we lose that battle, which is like, we cannot win that battle. And that fairy attacks the crystal. Maybe. So we are now, I don't know, just dead here on the ground, whatever. Then the fairy attacks this guy. And they attack each other, maybe. So yeah, this guy should not attack us. But maybe it should be like, depending on the color we see, we need to switch our color, whatever, to make this happen. We need to concept something where it doesn't look like it's attacking us and we are trying to repair him with whatever we have. And here we are. We still see the rift. But is it important that this is actually hurt? Maybe it is, because maybe it is now not able to extract data as it pleases. Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, crash to desktop. Retry with the console. After some things, and then we see, now that's the interesting part where we maybe could also roll some kind of credits where there are the crystals flying around, like many crystals, and there's the crater, and we are in the top here. From wherever we fall through, but we fall into the crater where then Mira finds us. It's fine. I will keep my workflow here. I mean, I'm just doing this to how to say, this is no documentation, this is just to get the feeling that everything is connected and I'm not forgetting something. I will keep the paint. So they fight. We need to show that this guy gets damaged. Could I show that damage also on the ground? What do you mean, Demure? It's a stick figure. How dare you? But yeah, they need to... the problem is now... this is not good. Because okay, we see the fairy, but she will become our sidekick. But I want this to be vague. I want this to be vague. But maybe it is not a fairy in this state. Maybe it is like some kind of ball. Like the Orplings. Maybe you could introduce the Orplings like that. Why I want it to be a vague thing? Because I want a twist. I don't want the player to know, this is the guy we meet, etc. And again, should the fairy be on Orpling though? I mean, at the end, it could be an Orpling that can just shapeshift, but I'm just thinking. No, she's not a glitch. 100% not. The glitch happens later. Am I missing something? Am I doing something very wrong here right now? I feel like I'm altering the raw story I had in my head. If I go this path, I need to think about this. No. But when she's an Orpling anyway, he must stand for health, attack or something. What? I feel like if she is an Orpling and we would see an Orpling that we fight there, and then later we have the crystals flying in the whatever, and the Orplings flying around the crystals, and it would feel like the Orplings are enslaved by the crystal. Now, for the initial thing, that would be fine. But I feel like for Act 3 or the epilogue, what do I do then? The Orpling system is... I mean, not system, but the Orplings are for fighting. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Problem is then, how do I connect Mira into this? You're funny. No, everything from that rift has nothing to do with the crystals. I can't do that. Makes no sense. Yeah, just with the duct tape on the forehead. For what? Why? Just because. Like a unicorn. Oh no. Okay, now the idea is, okay, let's say fairy, orpling, whatever, is the true orpling, whatever, like the origin of orplings. And by fighting, she loses, the crystal gets damaged, falls down, makes a crater, and is not able to collect the data it wants. While fighting, also the fairy was able to contain it in a way, so there is like some kind of force field around it. Anything that's inside it is now contained. But the crystal grows in that containment and gets stronger and stronger. Just grows these islands upwards and has maybe enslaved the orplings around there to collect this data. Why ever? Now, so that would mean that she's not the only orpling. There were many orplings around. What if these orplings were around the whole world there, and now they're all banished into this crystal structure, and the people around are now curious what happened and went to this island where Mira is also traveling there to find out what's going on, and they are now in this temple, whatever, to find out what's going on, why the orplings cannot leave, and why they are like protecting the structure. But that would have like a, I don't know, it feels like the people would be wary of the crystal structure instead of thinking it's a good thing. And I wanted this crystal structure originally be in the world already, and these people are there, but I wouldn't have a reason for the people to be there, and the orplings are just some nature working there, some kind. Now the problem is, if the orplings are enslaved by this crystal structure, and I'm somehow able to make it feel like, okay, this crystal structure is maybe not bad, but from the intro we already know it is kinda bad somehow. So we as the artifact feel like, okay, the crystal structure is bad, we cannot talk with the people, and the people do connect with us, we can control them, as in direct them to go around. And then there is like some kind of bad person, which could be like a part of the crystal that tries to grow it, etc. So we have to beat that guy in Act 2 to free the orplings or something, whatever our target is. But what do we do in Act 3, where the enslavement is done and we still want to play? When the enslavement is done, why is there still a crystal in there? I mean, we could make some kind of happy story where, yeah, the crystal has been turned by the Orblings into something great or something. Whatever. But why should the Orblings stay there now, since they are not enslaved? Maybe she is. I feel like going that direction might be problematic for Act 3. And what are Orblings anyway? What do they symbolize? Why are they in this world? Why are they fighting us? And why are they now enslaved and do work with us? You know, one good thing that right now we are the bad guys. We might not realize this soon enough, but from the beginning on, you have this vibe that we are the bad guys, right? Because we started this thing, something happens, the world that we connect to, we try to extract data, we have this feeling by reading the console, etc. And whatever is in that other world is fighting us to not interfere. It's actively blocking us to go there, and somehow we still manage to fall into that world, and the crystal enslaves whatever is there. So, when we continue the Act 1 story, we are actively helping the crystal to grow to whatever it was intended to do. And whatever happens with the crystal, it actually destroys the world, right? In some kind of way. It makes it glitchy, etc. So when that story element happens, we can roll the credits and close the game. And that would be that. You could think, okay, the game is over, we are the bad guys, whatever. We did our job. That was like the intention of the guy that gave you the software, to bring it into like whatever it intended to do. But now you can start it again and then choose to repair it again. The world is whatever it destroyed. So that would be also a good story element if we could use that. What if she is like a Neo from Matrix, and when she gets Obling in her team, it also triggers change in it? Maybe. That would be very anime kind of way, but I think the Oblings will not be that. That will be the connection with the artifact, which is the player. When Mira picks you up, then something happens. Like in the fantasy story, hero companions become special if they stay with the hero for some time. Yes, like that is already intended, but not with the Orblings, but with the player itself. Like the player is that artifact that will fall down from the heavens and she will pick you up. There's where her story changes to the direction of whatever the player is doing. The destined connection, I guess. Why would she fall in love with the crystal? Or an artifact or whatever? You are funny. Why would she see us? No. I don't know. We have to see. What I intend to do is that Mira will eventually understand that you are someone from outside and that the crystal or the artifact she has is different than the other artifacts. So she will be fully aware of this in Act 2. I'm not sure if she realizes that we are an admin, maybe, but she should not be able to tell you what to do. Maybe the fairy can, which will be also a companion and regain her memories in Act 2. But maybe the fairy is also some kind of software. The idea always was that the fairy will be able to reconstruct the world again, and by doing so control whatever the crystal is. So maybe if we are able to beat the bad guy, maybe the void of the power of whatever is controlling the crystal can be transferred to the fairy, and then that crystal structure can be shaped by her. The only story gap would be that why the Orplings stay there and not go to where they were before. It's funny that you say that the free will thing, because that was always a what is the word? Aspect of the game. That it should always feel like the Orplings are free-willed and that you are not actually enslaving them. Maybe the contrast between enslavement and that you are not enslaving is a good way to transport our story here. Or do something like Stray, cat game. I know what Stray is. You don't have to say the cat game. It also had a small robot to help in the world. Also old robot. There are many robots there. But you mean the small drone that flies around from time? I hated in that game that there was dialogue between the drone and the cat. Why would the cat understand human language? It always bothered me. It would have been a way better game if they had environmental storytelling like Journey. That would have been so much more powerful. But they chose dialogue, which is very sad. In Soma, you're funny. You were a robot in Soma, not just a companion. So yeah, this is the only puzzle piece right now that is missing. If we are in Act 3 and the enslavement is over, the fairy is controlling the crystals to grow into something whatever. Maybe it helps the world, I don't know. We can find that out. It's not a big deal. But why do Orplings stay there? Or do they also fly away and go to other places again? And this is just now another city where they hang out. Maybe, right? Maybe the crystal now helps to grow the amount of Orplings. And now there are even more Orplings helping around. No, Crystal itself was the software to begin with. It just grows into the structure to extract whatever is in there, but that was its original goal. Wait, now, maybe Crystal's missing game data. You have some. Actually, to the missing game data, there will be fields of source. I will call them source, which the Orplings go, collect, and bring it to the crystal. And your job is to find missing data. I'm not so sure. When you do find, you get missing data in this game fairy. I mean, I already have some kind of, how to say, a structure in mind. Since the crystal cannot grow on its own, it needs the Orplings, but also the player somehow. We need to find out why. The Orplings do collect a source, maybe that's also data, whatever, doesn't matter. But we need a purpose too. Maybe we just are able to further send them upwards until the critical moment where the crystal has whatever the shape or the influence to regain its power, and then it can destroy the world by that broken piece. No. How I get NPCs, etc. is already set. Oh well. But maybe I should write this down right now, so we don't forget. Story and world building. Belton Baum. Crystal. Program of friends. Orplings. Maybe they're all over the world. Sidekick is very big player of Orplings. Be it queen or whatever, like some kind of leader or just a powerful being, I don't know. Something to do with the tree. The idea was that the crystal structure is the tree. But I probably also need to look into the myth of the world tree. Maybe I can connect something. Because right now the tree is something evil. And probably the world tree is not something evil. So maybe it's not completely fitting. But in the end, maybe there is some kind of myth that transforms a tree into a world tree, and that could be Act 3. I see. I really need to read into this to have some better knowledge. Anyway, Crystal is program of friends. Orplings maybe were all over the world. Sidekick is the big thing. After intro fight, Sidekick gets hurt and forgets everything. Sidekick in that sequence is just an Orpling, maybe. Crystal also gets damaged. Maybe some part of it splits away to create big evil. Glitch, virus, bug, something. So initially we are just extracting, but this error that we created is now very evil. And then Crystal Faults creates crater. Simulation advances after crash to desktop. When enter again, artifact of player false. Credits. Is picked up by Mira. We find Sidekick flying around. They choose to follow us or something. After we help big bad guy, he gets control over crystal structure and purifies everything. Act 2. After we beat Sidekick remembers. After we defeat bad guy, Sidekick assumes control over crystals and recreates world or something, or restores, whatever. Wait. So, beta simulation advances when we enter again. Crystal structure has enslaved Orplings. We do not know this. No one knows this. People around the world don't see Orplings anymore, only at this place. People are investigating crystal structure. Special people have artifact connections to travel into the crystal structure, else they face through everything. So much stuff I missed. Wait, I don't think they are sister. I remember them. Okay, then I like when you name the character to just sidekick, bad guy, etc. Because I don't have names. I mean, I might have names, but I need a face for them before I actually give them the name. I have names in my head already, but for now, we will keep... I mean, I named already some people in the crater, but they are also not final names. My biggest problem with naming is also most of the names have never, or all of the names have never more syllables than 2. So that's a problem. But yeah. After we defeat bad guys, sidekick assumes control over crystals and recreates worlds. Orplings not enslaved anymore. Crystals help the world somehow. There are even more Orpling now. Orplings also stay at crystal structure to help around. And then the idea is Act 3 we help to grow crystal structure to grow into the rift, into a new rift. Endless balance mode. Various sidekick, yes. And it is important to note that in the initial fight, where we fight that Orpling, we don't know that it is the fairy. It is very important. For me, it is very important. But yeah, I think this is now some kind of another rough explanation of the story that makes a little sense. There are many parts that need to be fleshed out a lot, but I don't see any contradictions here. Just the reason I was thinking about this right now. The story can be rough enough, but thinking through it with some key points, it should be going from the beginning to the end without any contradictions. And I think we achieved that somehow. I mean, there are question marks, but I think it's good enough. But this is actually something good, because I already had some rough idea, but this fleshed it out and answered some questions I had in my previous world building. So now I have also some kind of motivation of characters or story elements, I guess. So what do we do next? Next will be the intro, battle, whatever. So does that mean I don't need a ferry yet? Probably not. I just probably need an Orpling. But does that mean that Orplings can have any shape? But yes, they can have any shape. That is true, because you already can give them any shape you want if you interact with them correctly. So that's good. Why do normal Orplings don't change shape that much? I don't know. Do we care? Probably not. We probably need to find out what kind of Orpling our sidekick will be. And since she forgot everything, is that the reason why she can't transform into an Orpling anymore? What if she remembers? Is she an Orpling again? That makes no sense. Does it? I feel like that makes no sense. Why would she be an Orpling and at some point not an Orpling anymore, a fairy, and then not choose to be an Orpling again after she regains her memory? What would be interesting? No, Broly, no. We can't do that. When she doesn't convert back to Orpling. But then again, can a normal Orpling be a fairy? And is the fairy form like the weakest form ever, or what is that? Why is she a fairy? She's a fairy because I want a fairy in the game and not because there's a reason. When it wears a wig? What are you talking about? I feel like we need a reasoning why she's a fairy. Or else it was like, just because Monkey wanted a fairy in the game, there's a fairy in it. And that's not a good reason. I hope I find a reason. Because I don't want to give up the fairy. I like fairies. I mean, we could also make some kind of small Orpling, but it's not a fairy. That's actually some good idea. Maybe powerful Orplings. Maybe Orplings' goal are always to achieve the fairy status. But where do fairies go then? Because there are no fairies around. Oh, we could make something else. Maybe something got damaged in the world because of the crystals, and fairies cannot go into the mysterious rift in the sky anymore. But now in Act 3 we want to help our fairy friend to achieve that. And then when we achieve it, they choose not to go. How about that? But then again, if they cannot go there, why are there no more fairies? So okay, Arplings try to evolve into a fairy form, which makes them not fight anymore, whatever. And they try to go to this mysterious other world. And this other world we will call the fairy world or whatever, but it's actually the internet. But the only issue right now is, since the rift is not reachable anymore, it was reachable before, like the other rift, not the rift that our program creates. The Arplings are enslaved, and that's why they cannot get there. But the issue is not that. The issue is in Act 3, when we actually have defeated the bad guy, so there is no more virus or whatever. The restriction is not there anymore. That would be nice if my game makes people talk about the internet as the fairy world. So another thing is, fairies, Arplings always want to achieve maximum evolution to become fairies, because of crystal inhibitor field or whatever. Arplings cannot grow properly. After Act 3, inhibition field is gone. So why? That's the problem now. But no connection to internet. Is it then like that there are fairies flying around in Act 3 until we reach the internet? And then they just choose to go into the internet, and then there is only our sidekick playing with us? In that sense, maybe fairies could be like some kind of data package that your PC is sending. That would be so funny. But yeah, there is a big question mark here. I don't know what the use of fairies is. The fairies are just there. The Arplings achieve fairyhood and then they go into the sky and vanish into the fairy world. They do nothing in the world. Orplings just become fairies. Yes, fairyhood. Yeah, I do too. I need to make this happen. I also need to make the second act happen. I have like this visual where there's the dark side and the light side, which is like the pure form of the world there. And the light side should have angels and the dark side should have devils. Some grotesque things going on there. Glitchy hell and heaven. Team Hell? No, you're Team Normal, hopefully. The glitchy world will be that corrupted world from the virus guy who thinks he knows everything better. So yeah, big question mark here, because when the slavery ends, why can't Orplings just grow into a fairy and fly up? Are they actually restricted still because something is broken and we still need to do it? Does the connection to the internet allow the Orplings to turn into fairies? Then why is our sidekick still able to be a fairy? In that sense, why is our sidekick a fairy to begin with from whatever we just discussed? I guess our friend there was the only Orpling around that was like about to turn into a fairy, and in that fight it turned into a fairy and now is stuck and forgot everything. I guess something like that. Just a coincidence? Maybe? Because it was the only strong Orpling around, it just... I mean, it was very, very strong. It was able to stop the program until we entered and repaired the program. Should the fairy be angry at us? Oh boy, there's so much potential for story. Yeah, anger is good, but how do we communicate? Or how to say this? How do we make some kind of story vessel to make the fairy communicate with the player, as the player cannot communicate back? That will be a challenge. But if I'm able to pull it off, it can be powerful, I guess. I feel like I will not find the optimal solution to this. We will see. But again, I still don't have the solution to this. This is bugging me. This one little puzzle piece, it is one of the contradictions here. We have two contradictions. One we solved, but the second one, I don't know. Let's save this actually first. Fine. What is that? What did we do with this picture? Intro sequence and story elements of crystals or something, I don't know. Player tries to talk. Fairy acts like it didn't hear something like this in chat. Yeah, that's the problem. The player cannot talk. Like, there is only one directional communication. I mean, we need to be able to make it so that the Mira and the fairy know that you exist at some point. That is some things we will explore. But the player can only communicate by inputting directional keys and etc. And by doing that, you will glow in a certain way or something like that. Oh, you know, the fairy, the idea was to have something similar like Jade Cocoon 2. Since this game is heavily inspired by that game, it's one of my favorites, that's why I'm making this game. That fairy was the epitome of sass. So if I can capture something like that here too, that the fairy is very sassy, I would be very happy. So this is the tree. I mean, these are actually just crystals, but this is the tree. Whatever. And there's some kind of rift up here, which is not reached yet. We try to grow the tree into the rift. So the fairies can go up there. I mean, they could maybe just fly there, but maybe this thing is not open enough. I don't know. That is something we can just explain at some point. The problem is, why don't Orplings turn into fairies in Act 3? And if they can turn into fairies, do we see them all around? And what if we manage to do this? Do they just disappear? So in Act 3 we try to rebuild whatever destroyed the Orpling cycle. And maybe Fairy is the antivirus, I don't know. Makes no sense right now. Maybe. Will Fairy help Mira? What do you think? We said sidekick. Mira, the player, and the fairy are in a team. Unless you count the Cess, then maybe not, but they are in a team. What? Wait! Wait, I got it! Okay, let's say it like this. Orplings have a cycle. Orplings get stronger, etc., and then they go back into their first stage, but in a stronger state. So they always grow and then get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And at some point they reach the point where they are strong enough to be a fairy, and then they go up. What if whatever happens right now, the cycle where they actually grow into a fairy, they fall into an inactive state or lose their power, whatever, because the crystals extract them. Doesn't matter right now. But in the game you will find already in the caves deactivated orplings that you pick up and then put in your formation. So that would be maybe one of the explanations why you can find orplings in the field. Now, that doesn't explain why in Act 3 this might be a problem. Firstly, you can still find them in Act 3. And secondly, why would they now lose their power to the crystal? Orplings can't die. They cannot die. I'm not sure if I can follow. What? Or what if someone takes Orpling life crystal soul without it? Without what? It looks like a soul fairy can help later by getting crystal soul. Oh no, we have bigger problems here actually. Right now, Orplings are in swarms with an artifact. What will happen in Act 3? Does the artifact just go away? I mean, the artifact would be a perfect vessel for the enslavement, I guess. I need to keep that in mind. Artifacts are vessel for crystal to enslave Arplings. Act 3. Normal artifacts. Forms vanish. Only character artifacts remain. Side note: player and NPC artifacts do not enslave. Something from NPC seems to purify the evil intent. How about that? But still, still we have this problem. So right now, if we're in Act 1, they try to collect as much as possible, then they try to be a fairy, but fail and get deactivated. And then you can find them around. Sometimes when they are deactivated, they can get energy some way back. I don't know how. Maybe other Arplings just put them into the crystal again or something, I don't know. Anyway, that's how that goes. But in Act 3, why can't this happen? Or maybe we should find out why this happens in the first place. Maybe that's the key. Maybe it's not an inhibition thing from the crystals in Act 1. Maybe there's something else. Maybe something broke. I don't know. Where do Arplings originate from anyway? Where do they come from? How do they, how to say, multiply? First I was thinking, yeah, the crystal just creates them, but now that I changed the story, where do Arplings come from? Yeah, normally they're just there, but if they go up into fairylands, where do they spawn again? New ones. Are they just being created out of thin air? That's also a big question now, I think. Because they should not be created by the crystal. I mean, yeah, the people would know that they are not created by the crystal. Maybe the player could think they're created by the crystal, but that makes no sense. That's just Player thinking, player thinks, I guess. You think from the fairy world they drop down? Does that make sense? Mira is not a fairy, that's a different thing. Just a living being in the world. Yeah, but Orplings are not normal creatures. They don't pair by just being paired, you know? How to say? They don't multiply by just pairing up. People do, but Orplings don't. That's a good analogy, because the game is also inspired by Jade Cocoon. And the World 3 cannot be about Orplings anymore, since the World 3 is the virus or the software we are injecting into the world. So that cannot be, sadly. Not in the form it is. Maybe in Act 3 it can create them by doing something, whatever, but I need some kind of reason why Orplings can exist or grow in the normal world. I mean, in Act 1, probably they are enslaved and they don't get more Orplings. In Act 3, we can say that the tree is enhancing the speed of how many Orplings they can be. But how did they have more Orplings in the normal world? Was it really from the fairy world then? So that butterfly comes back and then falls down as an Orpling. Then where do butterflies come from? Maybe that's a question that I don't need to answer and the player can come up with that answer. Okay, let's say that originally Orplings would drop down from the heavens and they would try to reach them again by collecting the source. I feel like maybe Orplings are some kind of data package transfer software, data something. So they are on your PC collecting data and try to go to the internet. And then they reach another PC, land there, become Orplings. And then collect more data to go to the other place. And so on. Maybe Orplings are like the Uber Eats of PC connection. Yes, data container. Maybe. Who knows? That is like the... whatever the player wants to interpret them as. But I think maybe that's the solution here. Pre-Act 1. Orpling become butterfly. Go to become fairy. Go to heaven. Internet. Other fairies fall down from sky and become Orpling. Maybe they fall down as Orplings already, I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe they just get connected from the void, created by the void and just appear, I don't know. Act 2. Oh, Act 1. Fairies do not get... wait. Orplings cannot grow because of inhibition. Crystal builds energy when almost fairy. Orpling cannot grow because of inhibition, whatever. No new Orplings fall from sky because rift is closed. Or something like that. Act 2. There are no Orplings. Just glitches. Except yours. Maybe. Act 3. Oh, that's the problem, right? As long as we are not connected to the internet, there cannot be new Orplings, but our Orplings can grow. So why can't the current Orplings in Act 3 grow? Maybe because they try to. Maybe Orplings do know that they cannot reach the heavens, so they are actively growing the structure. Maybe. Orplings choose to grow tree in order to open rift again, so they don't become fairies. Epilogue. Rift is open and Orpling fairy route is back. Crystal creates more ARP links. ARP links are all over the world. Again. Collect data done ferry mode of data. Your ferry can't go because it have data which no. She can go. She just doesn't choose to. I mean, she can't go because the internet is not there, but when the internet is there, she chooses to stay there. Be it because they like the player or because they want to guard the tree, maybe they want to shape it into a whatever, because now they are not just a fairy, they are like the guardian of the tree. They are actually like part of the tree anyway, so they grew the tree in that sense, but that is future monkey's problem. Anyway, but I think this kind of works. Maybe not perfect, but at least there is no contradiction here now, I guess. Maybe even the trial ARPlings that we will find are very powerful ARPlings themselves, which would have turned into fairies. Then again, why don't they leave us then? Or can they leave us in the end game and then we have to find new trial ARPlings? I don't know what Riyadh means. Anyway, are we done? Are there any questions that we didn't answer? Okay, there is one question. Why can we find inactive ARPlings in Act 3 and Epilogue? Don't choose to grow tree. Don't become. Or is that choosing the part where they are inactive again? Are falling ARPlings inactive? Maybe we should... Maybe that's the thing. ARPlings falling from heaven are inactive. Need to be reactivated. Now the question is, what was normally the trigger to reactivate ARPlings again? ARPlings in inhibition fields get inactivated because crystals steal energy. In that sense, how do normal or how do ARPlings in a normal situation get energy back? You think? What if what if there some random happening happens and ARPlings don't activate other ARPlings and they just feed on energy and then fly away and leaving the inactive ones on the ground? I don't know. I mean, there is one more mechanic in my game that could be explaining some things. Yes, kinda. But that mechanic is when you go up the tree and then you get defeated, you fall down, you phase through everything. I mean, you also go into that other phase, maybe, whatever, what doesn't matter. But you fall down and you phase through everything. But at some point you need to get to the crater again somehow. So by falling, you hit the ground maybe in that other dimension. And the ground is some kind of energy that fills you up automatically. And you transform into the real world in the crater. So maybe the ground and the whole world is energized anyway. So when ARPling falls to the normal ground, they get energized in a normal situation. But in the crystal world, that's not happening since they don't fall to the ground. I guess. No, I did not. Now I'm imagining things. Wait. But why should the ground have such a great power to activate things? I mean, I don't know, but the initial crystal is able to siphon the energy to grow up. It maybe is not strong enough to send it to the top, where the NPCs and the player come in. By traveling up, they are probably bringing the energy upwards. But it was always the idea that there is a strong source of energy on the ground. But what did I want to say? Ah, yes, I'm imagining now the world where initially maybe when the rift opens you would see some lights falling from the sky to the ground. Distant lights. And then when the crash happens and you do another simulation and then go into the game again and the Crystal Island tree is there, you wouldn't see these lights falling down. And then in Act 2, of course, the whole world changes into this black and white world. In Act 3, you're back where you are, but the island is growing upwards. And in the epilogue, the falling lights are back. And then when you look into the horizon, you can see all sorts of lights falling down. And some fairies going up. And so on. Maybe that's nice. Oh well. I think we how to say, we thought about these things enough for today. I think we have some solid fundament here now. Of course, some rough edges, but there is potential in many directions here now. Especially thinking about Orplings you have and that you can release. Maybe the releasing at the correct points makes Orplings into butterflies. I don't know what the reward would be, but maybe that is a nice mechanic at the end of the game. I hope you do. Send some to the fairyland. But yeah, I think that's it for today. Next time, so tomorrow, we will tackle something very, very scary for me. But we have to. Alright then. Kere, Rolly, thanks for tuning in. For all the feedback and back and forth. Everyone, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye, monkey.